Hello. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
No, it's about the same.
No, it's right here, isn't it? Okay, great. Thank you, Enrique. Good evening. We're going to call this meeting to order, regular board meeting of March 26, 2026. And it is 4:59 p.m. I'm going to start with a roll call. Or I'm calling it to, yeah, I called it to order. Okay, roll call. Rick. Angelo.
That's it.
Thank you. Sandra, present. So we have a quorum. And right now it is 4:59 and we will be, oh no, I'm sorry. Right now I invite public comment on closed session items. There is no one in the library to make a public comment. Is there anyone on Zoom? No, no one on Zoom. I am closing public comment and we will recess to close session at 5 o'clock. Okay. Thank you, Enrique. Okay, good evening. We are going to, let's see. Reconvene to open session at 6:17 PM. Our next agenda item is the flag salute. Please rise. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation. Okay, please be seated. We're going to go ahead and report out of closed session. We had for appointment of Swati Dagar, the board took action in closed session to approve the appointment of Swati Dagar as Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, and to approve the terms of the employment agreement, including salary and benefits. The action was approved by a unanimous vote. As I understand it, is Swati here?
Swati is here.
Would she like to come to the podium and introduce herself? Hi, Swati, welcome.
Yes, it's on. Good
Yeah.
evening, everybody. Good evening, trustees. Good evening, community members, and everyone that's here. It's great to be here, and I'm excited and honored to be a part of the North Monterey community. I had a whole lot of things written, but I'm not going to read that. I'm going to say what comes from my heart, and that is, I'm looking forward to the great work that we are doing. I'm looking forward to working with the community, with our parents, with our educators, with leaders, and with everyone, including our students, to move forward instructionally and for the whole child. So thank you, and I'm greatly and deeply honored. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank-
Welcome. Okay, our next closed session item was the board took action in closed session to approve the appointment of Aaron Sanders as Educational Options Principal, and that encompasses Central Bay High School, Independent Study, and Adult Education. This appointment is effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. And we approved the terms of the employment agreement, including salary and benefits. The action was taken by a unanimous vote. And those are the only items I had to report from closed session. He's not here. No, okay. We're going to be moving on to our next item, which is adoption of the agenda. Is there any discussion or comments?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed or abstained? Okay. It carries unanimously. Before we move to the adoption of the consent, we have a public comment. I would like to invite up Albino Arguello. Arguello? Okay. Would you please come to the front, please? Albino or Albino? I'm sorry. Thank you, Albino. My apologies. And you are making a comment on consent agenda item 2, which is approval of the annual home to school transportation plan update. Is that true? Thank you. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Ya, ok. Buenas noches, presidente, administradores, superintendente y miembros de la mesa directiva. Ok. Mi nombre es Albino Argüello, trabajo para el Departamento de Transportación por más de 13 años. La razón por la que estoy aquí es porque en nuestro departamento están pasando muchas cosas y no han sido solucionadas. Algunos compañeros y yo hemos denunciado las quejas a nuestro supervisor y al distrito y hasta el momento no han hecho nada. No. Lo único que el distrito hizo, una junta en el departamento de transportación que habló solo de bullying, pero nunca tocaron los problemas que están pasando exactamente en nuestro departamento. Oh. Aquí les voy a entregar algunas quejas de nuestros compañeros del Departamento de Transportación, esperando que tengan el tiempo de revisarlos y nos puedan ayudar a resolver estos grandes problemas. Muchísimas gracias por su tiempo. Gracias.
Gracias.
Sí, está.
Good evening, President, Administrators,
Está bien. Ujú.
Superintendent, and
That's it, so.
members of this board.
Just good.
My name is Albino Arguello, and I work for the Department of Transportation for over 13 years. The reason that I am here today is because our department, many things have happened in our department, and they haven't been resolved. Some of my coworkers and I have complained to our supervisor and to the district, and we have not been given any solutions. The only thing that the district did was to have a meeting with the department, with our transportation department, and they only spoke of bullying, but they didn't touch upon the problems that are really affecting our department. I am going to hand you these complaints that our department has, and I hope that you take the time to review them and that you can help us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. So now we will move on to adoption of the consent. Are there any discussion or changes?
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Consent is adopted. Next, we will move on to recognition and presentations, and we're going to be starting with recognition of student achievement 2026 MESA Day prelim award recipients. So if you can please come up to the podium. Woo.
Hi, board members, hi, community members. My name is Mr. Rutherford. I've been teaching here for about 27 years.
Wow.
And we have this great program called MESA. I don't know if you know it. Math, engineering, science achievement. It was basically created in the 70s to give our students the chance to become engineers way before senior physics. As you can tell, one of the contests that we're in, our house, our main school is UC Santa Cruz, and we compete with like 7 other middle schools, and we won first place for the glider competition. You can hold it up for everybody. This team won second, and now we're invited to go to CSU Fresno in 2 weeks to compete against all the other first and second place winners in Northern California region. I'm super proud of these guys. They're going to come home with a trophy for North County. And let's give them a round of applause.
Yes.
And just to say for me, I'm just so proud to be a part of this. And
Yeah.
thank you guys for supporting the program.
Mhm.
I've been doing it. It started an after-school program with 6 kids. It turned into 7 classes, and now it's back down to 1 class, but we get it in the day at middle school. I'm going to ask everybody to fight for it in 6th grade, and of course, transition to the high school. Right now, it's just a club at the high school, but I want it to be a real designated class. This is an engineering class, hands-on, calculus-based, and I think our kids can do it.
They absolutely can. Yeah.
thank
Thank you
you,
so
Doc.
much. I have something to read and then we
Oh,
have
go ahead.
certificates. So
Oh, yeah.
let me read this. The Board of Trustees is proud to recognize 9 North Monterey County Middle School students for their outstanding achievement at the 2026 Miss a Day preliminary competition held at Hartnell College and hosted by UC Santa Cruz. MESA stands for, even though you covered this, Mathematics, Engineering, Science Achievement, and is a California college and career prep program supporting underserved students in STEM fields. It serves over 25,000 students across middle schools, high schools, community colleges, and universities, and offers academic support, mentoring, and career development to foster diverse representation in technical fields overseen by the University of California. Through their participation, 9 of our middle school students demonstrated strong critical thinking skills, collaboration, and dedication to academic excellence. Their accomplishments reflect both their hard work and the support of their teachers, advisors, and families. The Board of Trustees congratulates the following students for their achievements and commends them for representing the district with excellence. First, we're going to start with first place overall and second place design. We have Roberto Rubio Alamillo.
Yeah.
Congratulations. We're so proud of you. Thank you. And then Anthony Martinez, is he here? Come on up, Anthony. And then we have Pablo Gutierrez. Come on up. Okay, and then for second place all around and first place most innovative design, we have Giovanni Cupal. I hope I'm not saying this one. And then we have Danielle Alvarez Murillo. And then we have Giovanni Ortiz Doran.
There you go. There you go.
He's not present? No, okay. And then top 5 overall, we have Wendy Acuna Mendoza. And then we have Karina Castillo Moreno. Don't forget these two over here. They want to congratulate you too. And then Paola Alvarez.
Not here, but-
Okay, so we have these two for you, Mr. Redford.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
And I just want a team picture, so if you could bring everybody up to the front with board members. Okay, we're gonna take a real quick picture. I don't know if there's anybody else.
Thank you.
That is. Fifth version. You're in the front, we're in the back.
I'm squeezing my hand.
Yeah, wonderful job, everybody. I'm so proud. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations. Good job. Yeah, thank you. It's not this really help. You heard. Well, I'm gonna see.
Can we give him one more hand of applause? Because I'm just so proud of our students. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Oh, now I lost my agenda. Okay. Oh, good. Okay, next, we're really excited for Elkhorn Elementary presentation and update. We'd like to call you up to the podium.
I got a whole crew behind me. So.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
All right. All right. So, good evening, board members, President Ruiz, Dr. Turkey. My name is, Lorene Harvey, and I'm the proud principal of Elkhorn School. Thank you. Tonight, I will be highlighting some of the people, places, and experiences that our ocelots participate in at Elkhorn School. So, on this slide, you will see some of our highlights, areas we are continuing to work on, and next steps connected to our 4 main LCAP goals. Over the next few slides, we'll take a closer look at these areas and show you how we plan to continue growing in all 4 of those areas. All right, so LCAP Goal 1, rigorous and equitable instruction. We will begin with our iReady data for this school year. On this slide, you will see to the left in the parentheses at the bottom of each graph where our school was in the fall and in the bar graph where we are currently. When reading these graphs, we are looking for an increase in the green, which represents students that are performing at grade level, and a decrease in the red, which represents students performing 2 or more grade levels below. Starting with the English language arts, you can see that our students made encouraging progress. The percentage of students performing at grade level increased from 10% in the fall to 22% in the winter, while the percentage of students 2 or more grade levels below decreased from 53% to 42%. As we dug deeper into that ELA data, we saw the largest growth among our 2nd and 3rd grade students, who averaged about a 15% growth in the green category. This progress can be directly attributed to targeted reading intervention through an intensive pullout program led by our MTSS TOSAs and instructional assistants, as well as focused phonics instruction in those 2 grade levels. Our math data, however, told a slightly different story. So students performing at grade level increased from 6% in the fall to 12% in the winter. One of the positive trends we saw was a decrease in the number of students performing 2 or more grade levels below, which indicates that students are strengthening their foundational math skills and growing in calculation, but not necessarily being able to apply their thinking to math word problems. When we looked more closely at the data, we found that our 1st and 2nd grade students showed strong growth, increasing by 10 or more percentage points from fall to winter, which was above the school average, while grades 3 through 6 grew by an average of about 3% and making very small overall growth. Essentially, students that were already successful kept moving, but those missing the critical thinking skills were being left further behind in the older grades. This led us to ask an important question. How could we support students' understanding of math in the same way we supported reading comprehension, resulting in sustained growth in English language arts? Last year, our school focused on close reading, helping students transition from learning to read to reading to learn. This year, we expanded our language arts work by teaching students to justify their answers using the ACE strategy, which was answer, cite, and explain. Both of these strategies put our language arts scores in a more positive trajectory across the school, which led to more student success overall. We then asked ourselves, how could we transfer that same thinking process to solving math word problems and taking math understanding to a deeper level? Our team worked on the ACE with a D strategy, which is answer, compute, explain, and double check or draw, depending on what grade level you're in. If our students could now read the math word problems, which we saw from language arts, they should be able to explain how and why they solved them the way they did. Basically, justify their approach to solving the problem. We just needed to teach them how to do this. So during our staff development day, our instructional team introduced this strategy to Elkhorn teachers, and both teachers and students immediately embraced it. We began with connecting oral practice, being able to speak in clear, complete sentences when answering questions in class, and then reminded staff of our work in language arts around ACE. Finally, we taught the new approach to solving math word problems with ACE. In the photos on this slide, you can see students applying ACE as they work collaboratively to solve math word problems, explain their thinking, and justify their solutions. So as we continue implementing strong instructional strategies across our classrooms, we're confident that we'll continue to see growth in both language arts and in math. So at this time, I'd like to welcome my amazing assistant principal, Mr. Oscar Valdez, who will share more about the work happening at Elkhorn.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Turkey, and community. Thank you for being here this evening. I have the honor to present our LCAP goal number 2, which is our student engagement and connectedness. And so I would like to start with the structured recess. You'll see the images on the upper left. After winter break, our school focused on engaging students during the lunchtime recess. And so what we started implementing was every 2 weeks having new activities that students can try. Activities that maybe they hadn't had the opportunity before, such as Giant Jenga, as you see there. Can Jam, it's kind of a newer game that students are into. We have ring toss, cornhole. So those friendly competition games out there, and our yard supervisors, as well as our MTSS assistants, support with this. We also have what you call VIP lanyards, very important person or student. And these lanyards are given to the students by our yard supervisors for going above and beyond, which is either, helping a friend or making sure that the equipment is all retrieved at the end of recess, going out of their way, right? If there's a student who's maybe not feeling the best that day, going in and being there with them. So those characteristics that we want to see in our students, and then reward them for that. So that VIP lanyard gets them to the front of the line for lunch, right? And so every recess we have that. What was really cool about after implementing the structured play, we recently gave a survey to students that showed 72% or more of students shared that they enjoy recess. 25% said sometimes, right? And so our hunch is that 25% depends on what activities, what games are out there. But we're thrilled to see that an overall 97% of students were saying that they sometimes or do enjoy recess. And so alongside with that, there's always music. Music, if you go to Elkhorn during lunch recess, there's always music playing. We have students who love to dance, who love to sing. And so bringing that joy, right, to school as much as we can there for that time. And alongside that, I would like to also share regarding our restorative presentations. So the image on the bottom left, that image there is an image, as you can imagine, inevitably in schools, there's conflicts sometimes, right? So we had students who had a conflict. We had a conflict resolution meeting. We dived into what was the core root of the issue. After working together, students then decided on a presentation that they would like to deliver to the classroom. That could be either, if I'm in a similar situation next time, what are some options I can have that I can go to, right? Or sometimes, as we know, even within friend groups, conflicts arise. So what does a friend look like, right? And what was really cool about this experience is then students go and present it in the classroom, and then they share what they learned through the process. And many times the students come even closer to each other. And that impacts the class dynamic as well, because then the class can see, hey, while we may have challenges and conflict, they're now getting along and they're even presenting and teaching the class. So it's that full circle, right? That we want to see that growth in our students. That's been in strategies that we've implemented, right, when there's conflict. Counter to historically, right, if there's a conflict, there's immediate consequences, and that may be even up to suspension, right? And so data shows that when you work with the students on conflict, there's more of a positive impact with projects like this and working together. And so furthermore, I'd like to share the attendance piece. That's the graph there in the middle, comparing last year to this year. So what we want to see is the green grow, that green area there. So from last year, that green area represents students who were here 95% or more of the time. So 5% or less, and that grew 10% this year from last year, from a 44% to a 54%. The next area, the yellow area, that is students who were absent from school between 6 and 9% of the school year. And so there was also a decrease in that, which was by 8%. It went from a 34% to a 26%. From there, the next category, the orange, if you will, is an area that goes from the 10% to 19% of the school year. And that one we also slightly decreased from 17.6 to 16.1. The last area, the red there that you see, is students who may be out of school or absent between 20% up to 49% of the school year. And so we noticed that we went from 2.9% to 3.4%. So that begged the question, who are the students and what can we do to support them? And so as you can imagine, it's at the elementary level, it's a family approach. So reaching out to the families, seeing how we can support, encouraging the students. We have our community liaison who has a monthly calendar for them. So every day that the students are there, they get to add a sticker to the week. And at the end of the week, they get a reward, right? And so in the parent piece, I make calls home, explaining to parents what it is that we're doing to support, encourage the students. And so we've targeted that to see if we can get that chronic absenteeism down for the coming months here, the rest of the year. The last piece I'd like to share is the really cool poster you see there, attendance challenge in the middle. That is an annual Elkhorn Ocelot competition that we have in March, beginning of March. Very similar to March Madness, right? Classrooms get to choose a fun name, and then every week it's the bracket is drawn by numbers randomly. The teachers draw the numbers, and then we run percentages at the end of the week. We have an elimination list. So if you're eliminated, doesn't mean you're done for the rest of the competition, if you will. We have the elimination list, and then the top 3 in that list then get a reward. So that way incentivizes them. If you get eliminated in week 1, it's not like you're done for the next 4 weeks, if you will, to keep them engaged, right? So it's really cool. We have weekly awards for those that continue to the next bracket. And then this year, we kind of upped the stakes. So we hadn't done this before, but I believe it's week 4. The classroom who wins are going to get an opportunity to pie the principals. So that's on the table there. So we'll see who wins. Last year, a kinder classroom won. So it really goes to show, right? It can be a 6th grade classroom, kinder classroom. It just makes it really engaging. Our staff really enjoy it. Teachers really get into it. So it's really fun to see how excited we get for attendance and being there at school. Yeah. And next up, I would like to introduce 2 of our student council students, student leaders, who will continue to share how students have been engaged at school. I would like to introduce our 4th grader, Anali Camacho, and a 6th grader, student Ruben Galarza.
Hello everyone, my name is Anali Camacho and I'm a 4th grader at Elkhorn Elementary. I would like to share about 3 fun things at our school. 1, Kindness Week. We have Kindness Week with fun dress-up days. We watched videos and talked about them in class. We also made a kindness tree where students wrote kind messages. Everyone joined an act of kindness challenge. We also took a school-wide photo on Friday, February 4th, where we spelled the word kindness. 2nd, announcements. We have announcements on Wednesdays when there are no assemblies. First we use the microphone in the office. Now we use the viewboard so the whole school can watch. We share school events and fun news. At the end, we have dance parties. 3rd, assemblies. We have assemblies every month. We play Minute to Win It games and teachers join too. We give awards to student and staff. We say the Pledge of Allegiance and count dress-up days. The class with the most dress-up days wins the Rory Trophy. We end with the school-wide dance-off.
Good evening. My name is Ruben Galasa, and I am a 6th grader at Elkhorn School. Every Fridays, whenever it's a fun day, we usually do Roy's House. It's a small shop at our school where students can buy fun things. So we use a special currency called Orbucks, which is students earn by showing your war behavior. War means being respectful, owning your actions, accepting others, and being responsible. I volunteered there with my friend Jeremiah. We help set up the store and close it at the end of lunch recess. One of the things I like most is hearing students' ideas. They tell us what stickers they like for their computers and what items they want to see at the store. A lot of students are also hoping we bring back the snacks. I am also a part of a district student council with Mr. Turkey. We meet once a month and talk about things happening at our schools at our last meeting. At our last meeting, we talked about cell phones and whether they should be used on campus. I like it that students from different schools get to come together and share ideas. We talk about the good things happening at our schools and things that we would like to improve. I really like the part of the council because it gives students a voice and a chance to help make our schools better.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Turkey, and committee members. I've been given the honor to introduce two amazing parent leaders, Nerida Caballero and Maria Sanchez. So first up will be Nerida Caballero.
Hola, buenas tardes, Presidenta Ruiz, miembros de la mesa directiva, Superintendente Turkey y miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre es Nereida Caballero, soy madre de Natalie Calderón y actualmente me empeño como secretaria del comité de ILAC. Mi experiencia en la escuela Elkhorn ha sido sumamente positiva. He tenido la oportunidad de interactuar con otras familias y conocer más a fondo las necesidades de nuestra comunidad escolar. Durante la reunión de ILAC en el mes de febrero, cada miembro del comité tuvo la oportunidad de dirigir un grupo y compartir información sobre el plan de seguridad escolar, así como recopilar comentarios y sugerencias por parte de otras familias para fortalecer dicho plan. Al inicio me sentía nerviosa y con incertidumbre al no saber brindar respuestas adecuadas. Sin embargo, al dialogar con otros padres, descubrimos que compartíamos inquietudes similares. Gracias al apoyo de Mr. Valdés, Miss Harvey, Miss Escamilla, Miss Zully y Miss Guadalupe, nuestras dudas fueron atendidas, lo que nos permitió prepararnos mejor y ofrecer información más clara y precisa a las familias. Asimismo, he tenido la oportunidad de participar como voluntaria en el salón de clases de mi hija, lo cual he aprendido a involucrarme activamente en su proceso educativo y comprender mejor su aprendizaje. También valoro el programa bilingüe, ya que representa un gran beneficio para los estudiantes y refuerza el aprendizaje en el hogar. Por ejemplo, mi hija comparte conmigo lo que aprende en clase y que contribuye en mi aprendizaje. He asistido a diversos eventos escolares y me gustaría invitar a otras familias a participar activamente, ya que involucrarnos es fundamental en la educación de nuestros hijos. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y su apoyo. Gracias.
Good evening, President Ruiz, members of the board, Superintendent Turkey, and community members. My name is Nereida Caballero. I am a parent to Natalie Calderon, and currently I am employed as secretary of the ELAC committee. My apologies, correction. I hold the title of secretary at the ELAC committee. My experience at Elkhorn School has been very positive. I have had the opportunity to interact with other families and to get to know at a deeper level what our community needs are in our in our school setting. During the February ELAC meeting, each committee member had the opportunity to lead a group and share information about the school safety plan. We also gathered feedback and comments from the community and suggestions from other families in order to strengthen said plan. At the beginning, I felt nervous and uncertain since I did not know if I would be able to respond adequately to their questions. Nevertheless, as I engaged in dialogue with other parents, we discovered that we share similar concerns. Thank you to the support of Mrs. Valdez, Mr. Mrs. Harvey, Mrs. Harvey, Miss Escamilla, Miss Sully, and Miss Guadalupe. Our concerns have been addressed. This has allowed us to better prepare and offer more clear and precise information to parents. I have also had the opportunity to participate as a volunteer at my daughter's classroom. That has allowed me to become more involved, more actively involved in the educational process and to better understand her learning. I also greatly appreciate and value the bilingual education program because it is of great benefit to students and it reinforces their learning at home. For example, my daughter will share with me what she learned in class, and that also contributes to my own learning. I have attended several events, school events, and I would like to invite other families to participate more actively as well, since their involvement is essential to the education of our children. Thank you so much for all of your time and your support.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta Ruiz, miembros de la mesa directiva, Superintendente Turkey y miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre es María Sánchez. Soy madre de 2 hijas que asisten a la escuela Elkhorn y actualmente me desempeño como vicepresidenta del comité ILAC. Una de mis hijas está en 3er grado, otra en 1º y mi hija menor está lista para comenzar el kinder. Recientemente tuve el privilegio de asistir a la conferencia de CABE, una experiencia muy enriquecedora. CABE promueve el multilingüismo y reconoce la diversidad de nuestras familias, quienes venimos de distintos países y hablamos de diferentes idiomas. Durante los talleres, comprendí aún más la importancia de la participación de los padres en la educación de nuestros hijos. Cuando las familias se involucran, fortalecen nuestras escuelas y motivamos a nuestros hijos a desarrollar liderazgo y confianza. Me gustaría compartir una frase que me impactó profundamente. Cuando somos voluntarios en la escuela de nuestros hijos, les estamos demostrando cuánto los amamos sin necesidad de palabras. Dicho esto, sigamos trabajando juntos, escuela y familias, porque cuando nos unimos, nuestros estudiantes tienen éxito. Muchas gracias a todos por su atención.
Good evening, President Ruiz, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Turkey, and members of the community. My name is Maria Sanchez. I am a parent to 2 daughters who attend Elkhorn School, and currently I hold the role of Vice President of the ELAC committee. One of my daughters is in 3rd grade. The other one is in 1st grade. My youngest daughter is ready to begin kinder. Recently, I had the privilege of attending a conference, the CABE conference. This was a very rewarding experience. CABE promotes multilingualism and recognizes the diversity of our families, which come from different countries and speak different languages. During the workshops, I understood the importance at a deeper level of parent participation in their children's education. When families are involved, they strengthen the school and motivates our children to develop leadership and confidence. I would like to share a quote that greatly impacted me. When we are volunteers at our children's school, we are showing them how much we love them without the need to say any words. Having said this, let's continue working together, schools and families, because when we are united, our children will be successful. Thank you very much for your time and attention and for your support.
And before we move on from our parent community engagement, I know last presentation we were recommended to talk about what we do at our cafecitos. So we have had cafecitos once a month, and we have invited some of our other partners within our district to present at those meetings, and they have probably been the best attended this year than they have been ever. We had Patty Pena, who came in and had a conversation with our parents about mental health and what that looked like at home, at school, and with their children and family. We had Sandra and Lisa from Nutrition Services at our last meeting, and they were presenting kind of what our nutrition services program looks like in our schools. And they were very popular and will be coming back again tomorrow morning. So everyone's welcome to come and join our cafecito. But at the end of those meetings, we always have an opportunity where parents are able to ask questions or share anything that they'd like other parents to know about, or just kind of ask us what's going on around the school. So it's been really nice to have those grow as the years have gone on. So. And then lastly, our staff engagement and connectedness. So we have tried to build a connection for our staff in many different ways. We have some fun events. We did our underground staff spirit days, which we haven't done in a while, but need to bring back. I'm looking at Miss Quaylar because she was a big proponent of that. We have different fun contests. We did a stocking making challenge with our teachers right before winter break, and allowing them to go in, and it was like they had a certain amount of time to grab as many materials, but then they had to use them all to decorate their stockings. And the kids got to vote on which stocking was their favorite. So we hung them up and let kids choose which one they liked. And surprisingly, the 6, 7 ones, none of the kids, they did not pick that one to win. So, and then you can see that picture up at the top right. We did during our staff development day. The bottom was them working on the ACE math strategy, but the top, they were partnered up and learned about each other through a portrait making. And they, just had conversation. They had some questions they could talk to each other about while they were painting their partner. And so then they swapped photos, and that was the final result at the end. So that was a fun little activity. We always try, no matter what type of meeting we're having, to do a kind of activity at the beginning where they have an opportunity to connect with one another, whether you're a yard duty supervisor or a classroom teacher, you just have an opportunity to connect. We've been able to talk about how you're showing up to the meeting, what your favorite thing to do on a rainy day is, or what might be your walk-up song if you were a baseball player. So that one's always a fun one to come up with. Our biggest probably gaping hole, and I would say it's something we need to bridge, is once again between our certificated and classified staff, because that is just a challenge time-wise. People work all different hours and people are just not able to connect. But we are trying to do some, our underground staff is for everybody. Staff Spirit Days is for everyone, and different connecting opportunities. We are starting an Elkhorn staff book club that happens after school with kind of a fun light read. And one of the next steps we also plan to do is Mr. Valdez and I will be engaging in one-on-one conversations with all of our staff members throughout the next, year plus of time to learn more about why they are choosing to be at Elkhorn, why they are there, why they chose to work in education, and kind of how we can help support their growth, both certificated and classified employees. So that's where we're at. And then lastly, this is just a review of those 4 goals. So hopefully we connected and hit on everything that's there. And then before we move on, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Valdez, who's going to talk about our staff spotlights.
Yes. So I have the distinct pleasure to highlight our staff. This is our certificated biliteracy team. They are a group of dedicated teachers who love biliteracy. And what's really neat about this team is they teach from kinder all the way up to 5th grade. And then still collaborate, find the time to collaborate with one another. How does the curriculum align and connect with one another so that they can prepare our students to learn their primary language, grow in that, but then also acquire the English language, right? And so over the years, this team has been growing. As we may be aware in our district, every year we've strived to include another teacher in that grade. So this coming year, we look forward to adding a 6th grade teacher. Right now it goes from kinder to 5th grade. And as y'all can imagine, a team dynamic is important. And this group of teachers have done a wonderful job just being welcoming, bringing in the new staff, and bringing them on board, right? And so we want to highlight them, recognize all their dedication, their hard work. And so up there in the picture, you see Lisa Dolet, Angelica Fernandez, Ramona Guerrero, Monica Tarango, Katie Valadez, and Celeste Mendicuti. Thank you for all they do. And for our classified staff, we have a couple of them here, right? We have Mrs. Guadalupe Hernandez. Yeah. Ms. Suhey Zaragoza, who's not here with us this evening, but she's part of this team. And Ms. Suli Hernandez. And they are part of our community and family engagement team. Needless to say, this is a vital and critical team. Frankly, we would not be able to do all that we do without them in reaching out to the parents, the after hours, the events, the meetings, right? And what I've really enjoyed and respect about this team is we share them with another site. So they've been balancing 2 different sites, which means 2 different communities, right? But they're there, they show up, and they always go above and beyond for our families. Any needs, challenges that we can support with as a school, they're there. They're responsive to that. And so, again, we could not do what we do without them. So we do want to highlight them and all the dedication and hard work. We're super fortunate to have them. All righty.
That's us. Yay.
That concludes our presentation.
Hello. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that presentation. It's always phenomenal to hear from you, Lorene, and your team. So right now I'm going to invite public comment since it's a presentation, and then we'll go to the board members for any comments. Is there any public comment? Please.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, all members. Sandra, who is president, and
Yes.
our new superintendent, Dr. Matt Turkey. My name is Jose Luis Garza, and I work at the transportation department for the 7.
I'm sorry, Jose Luis. Ahorita estamos public comments on the
yeah.
presentation. I'm sorry. It's just on the
No, that's okay.
presentation.
She asked if estaba bien que lo hablara aquí, ahí me anotaron.
Ya, no está bien para hablar, pero ahorita no es el tiempo. Estamos ¿quieres apoyar la escuela o tienes un comentario de la escuela? Después te invito. Disculpa. I'm sorry if I'm not clear. I'll let you know. It's going to be, and we're going to have another presentation and then it'll be public comment. I'm sorry. It was my mistake that I didn't make it clear. Does anybody have any public comments on the presentation? I'm sorry. on the presentation only right now? No? I'm sorry. Thank you. On Zoom? Okay, please. 3 comments on Zoom. Please, if you're on the line, please proceed with your public comment on the Elkhorn Elementary School presentation.
Good evening, Board. Stephanie Bossman. I just wanted to reiterate, hopefully we can get an inclusive playground for Elkhorn in the near future because majority of students at Elkhorn are in the SBC program.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next public comment on Zoom. If you're on, please proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Turkey and school board members. My name is Lucero. I just want to say that I agree with Nereida and Maria. It's important to be volunteers in our children's school so they truly know that we care about them. And just want to say thank you to the team that we have at Elkhorn working with the students. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment. Okay, the next person on public comment on Zoom, if you're ready, please proceed.
Hi, board members. I just kind of wanted to put the megaphone on the ladies who came as parents. Estoy muy orgullosa que vinieron como padres aquí a presentar con la escuela, enseñando de que sí es importante para estar allí apoyando a nuestros estudiantes y a nuestros hijos en su educación. Entonces, como madre de un estudiante en una escuela diferente, me siento bien de que ustedes se sientan bien y estén a gusto presentando con su escuela. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment. Okay, is there any other public comment on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and then we're going to move to board comments. And I'm going to start with you, Rick.
Elkhorn, always great, tight knit and always doing great things. I love this presentation a lot and seeing all the things that's going on. I like the attendance madness challenge. That's so awesome. And I've been saying about other schools too that we need more assemblies, and it sounds like you got a monthly assembly. That's super awesome, and I'm so happy to hear that. Oh, and forgot to thank Anna Lee and Ruben. Thank you so much for coming. And that's who we want to hear. We want to hear the students always. And just the things you got going on to have the students active and connecting with each other and showing kindness. It's what it's all about. Same thing with the parents. I know a lot of parents are over there interacting and helping and volunteering. It's so wonderful, and we thank the parents so much. And of course the staff. So such great teachers there. I know for sure. I either talk to them or see or hear what they do. Yeah, it's really good. I like what the connectedness and staff engagement that you guys had. It's so great. And all your classified staff, of course, is wonderful. And I see them, talk to them, hear about them, and the spotlights were great. I know that the bilateral teachers are doing great, and I definitely know I've been around the community and family engagement sport team there with Suli and Guadalupe and Suhay. Sorry. But no, I definitely saw them working in person at either the FRC or other events. I volunteered myself, but great job, Mr. Valdez and Miss Harvey, Mrs. Harvey. Very good.
Thank you, Rick. Adriana?
Thank you. Elkhorn has a special place And for me, because all my kids went to Elkhorn, so I'm glad to hear a lot of good things are still happening. Thank you for your leadership, both of you, because it takes leadership. And then for our students, we always just want to hear our students, in all honesty. Our adults, we appreciate them, but when it comes from our students,
They're better.
it means that it's something that you all really want. And so continue to have a voice. Your voices are always important, and we want the voices of our students. You all should tell us how to run the district and what to do for you all, because we're here for you all. Y a los padres, muchas gracias por venir. Es muy bien mirar que están involucradas, que son parte del distrito. Todos deberíamos usar también un aparato si no hablamos inglés, o hablamos español, ¿verdad? Para que sea de verdad equidad en nuestro distrito. Ojalá que lleguemos a ese punto, pero les quería dar las gracias a ustedes por tener la valentía de venir, decir lo que está funcionando, decir cómo involucrarse y cómo seguir adelante y poder seguir mejorando para sus hijos. Y estamos aquí para sus hijos y para todos los estudiantes. Así que gracias, por favor, continúen involucrándose, continúen diciendo qué funciona, qué no funciona, y síganos apoyando para nosotros mejorar cada vez para todos sus hijos. And staff, thank you. It takes a lot of staff and it takes a lot of work for you all to actually engage our community, engage our parents. I love to see that there's engagement, but that you're also doing something with the feedback, right? That you're bringing in resources and bringing in the agencies to provide not only the resources and support, but you are also figuring out how to make sure that whatever you're hearing from the parents and from the community and the students, you're bringing them forward to bring those agencies to provide what they're needing at the moment. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you're looking at different ways. I look forward to working with you all on the child safety care plan and bringing that resource to Elkhorn and to any other school that is willing to do that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Adriana. Angelo?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this presentation. As our other two trustees said, we love seeing our students show up to these meetings. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Angelo. I just want to comment real quickly that I loved hearing about the themes of critical thinking and conflict resolution for students. I think those are supremely important for our students to have those skills. So I love that you're working on them. You do an excellent job, Ms. Harvey and Mr. Valdez, of providing the leadership that the school needs, because it's a team, right? A gigantic team. I also want to thank the parents. Parents are critically important in kids' education. It can't be understated. Parents need to show up and help each site and the district do the work of educating the future of our country and our world. So kudos to you for volunteering. You have excellent staff and wonderful teachers. And I also want to applaud the students for coming and being brave and telling us what's going on. And Ruben, I want to know more about snacks. Do you need snacks for your student store? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah? You need some donations of snacks? Is that what the students are asking for?
Because like they really love the snacks, they just really love it until they change into bracelets.
Okay, you heard him, community. Ruben needs snacks for the student store. So we're thinking Rice Krispies, fruit roll-ups, chips in a bag. Get your donations to the school. I know you can make this happen and he deserves it. So thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to be moving on to our presentation on conservation easement and amphibian conservation area. Boy, that's a mouthful, at North Monterey County High School. So we'd like to invite David up and Shine here. Shine. Oh, sorry, there you are. Oh my gosh, you were so quiet. I didn't even see you out on the front. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Nobody told me I'd have to follow the elementary school.
No, we're sorry.
That's
It's
rough.
blame Matt.
It is. That was very impressive. What a
Yes, it
great group.
was.
They did a
Yes,
great
it did.
job. And you can tell that learning is fun at Elkhorn. So I'm going to talk about something fun, I hope. Something you don't often or ever hear lawyers talk about. I'm going to talk about amphibians. Our amphibious neighbors, two in particular, different species. So I wish I could take everyone on a field trip and I'd walk right outside this door. I would go past the stadium.
Uh-huh.
And if you look, there's this area where there's trails and it's right there and, you know, it's very uneven terrain. The school district owns that property. We can't build anything on it because of how it's situated. It would take, you know, a bunch of dynamite and grading, and it's just not going to happen. Well, coincidentally, Caltrans is making some improvements here. We're going to hear a little bit about that more specifically with some guest speakers. And because they're making that roadway improvement, they're removing some very important habitat to two species of amphibians, the California tiger salamander and the Santa Cruz long-toed salamander. Luckily for us, that those acres over there next to the gym, or not the stadium, that's perfect habitat. And in fact, we have those species there now. And so we have entered into a negotiation that's kind of come to an end after a few years. We're going to lock that land up, figuratively speaking, in something called a conservation easement. Well, what that means is we still own the land, but we're going to agree to limit how it's being used. We're not going to build anything on it. We're not going to allow growing crops. We're not going to have off-road vehicles. We're not going to have, you know, biking, horseback riding, certainly no dumping or grading, no mining or excavation, and no altering the flow of water out there. So we kind of already don't do those things now. So we're not really missing anything by entering into this arrangement. And in fact, the most important things that we use that for, I understand, is for cross-country races and track. Or we have any runners here? Okay, so apparently our students run around at those trails, and they're going to continue to be able to do that and use that for races under certain conditions. Similarly, outdoor science education. We have a real life science lab out there with wildlife, and we can also utilize that for educational purposes. And all we have to do is avoid those prohibited uses. We have to allow California Department of Fish and Wildlife to monitor. And we have to make sure that the land is managed responsibly in a way that does not destroy or harm the habitat. And here's what we get in exchange for doing that. We're going to get some new, really nice fencing around the whole area. You're going to see a picture of that here. We're going to be provided with resources to manage that area so that we don't have to spend district funds on that. That's coming from somewhere else. And we're going to get a big check for this arrangement. It's going to be around $371,000. So that's a nice thing too. Before we take questions, I know we have some other guests that are going to show some pictures of these, because I know you guys want to see the salamanders. Can we kick it over to them?
One we can pet? Did you bring one?
Yes, I believe that they're online.
They might be on Zoom. Okay.
Okay, so the names are, there's Chad, Jennifer, and Peter. It may just be Chad and Peter. Yeah, it will be them who will speak about it. And the clicker is actually just to your right, David.
Right there.
Oh, it's hiding under here.
Yeah. And so that will take us through, and they will talk about each of those different things.
Okay.
I think, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Chad Storr. I am with Caltrans District 5 in project management. I am the project manager for the Castroville Boulevard interchange. I wanted to just take a moment to kind of go overview or give an overview of the Castroville interchange project. But I also wanted to first thank the school district and school district staff and David Soldani here and Shane Green, as well as Superintendent Turkey for continuing to work with us in this endeavor. So I'm just going to open it up. I'm not specific to the conservation easement, although related for reasons that David already pointed out. This is kind of a project overview of the project, kind of overlaying the existing landscape that you can see here on screen, but we're building a new interchange. The basis of the project is that we'll be removing an existing signalized at-grade intersection, which I'm sure most folks in the room tonight are fully aware of, as you can see indicated there with the blue dot and the blue label. Looks like slide direction there got shifted around there, but that's fine. You can see there's some future low-income housing separate and independent of our project, but essentially a new roundabout supported interchange that will include on and off ramps in both the east and westbound directions on existing State Route 156. Some other highlights of the project include over a mile of multi-use path, complete and continuous connectivity from the existing trail that enters into the immediate vicinity from the existing Castroville bike and pedestrian bridge. So there'll be connectivity there and continuous joining up with another section of existing path that eventually leads you to where you are all present at tonight. So that's an overview on the project. I was going to now pass it over to Jen Moongen and or Peter Mertens, both on our environmental team, to talk a little bit more about the amphibian conservation area, some of these species that we were talking about, and some photos to help you all understand a little bit more about what we're talking about.
Thank you, Chad. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Jennifer Moongen. I'm a senior biologist with Caltrans, and I do appreciate all the time that the school district has spent on working with us on this project, as Chad mentioned. If you'd like to go to the next slide, I can walk us through those. So as Chad mentioned, and so did David, the interchange construction project will have an impact on 2 amphibian species, the Santa Cruz long-toed salamander and the California tiger salamander, and their habitats. These species are both federally and state listed and require mitigation by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as California Department of Fish and Wildlife. In this case, Caltrans must protect habitat for both species before the agencies will allow us to begin construction on the interchange project that Chad was just talking about. Both of these species use fresh water to breed in, but most of their life cycle is actually spent in the uplands, in burrows and leaf litter and under logs. And when the conditions are right each winter, they leave their burrows and make their way back to ponds such as this. And this is a pond on the high school property. This is, after a nice winter where it's filled up. And then you can see the 2 salamanders here on the side. And then if you'd like to go to the next slide, please. This map shows the location of the project, the road interchange project in green that Chad had just had up on the screen. It also has our proposed amphibian conservation area where we intend to do our mitigation, depicted in orange around the high school property. Caltrans spent many years looking for appropriate mitigation properties for the Santa Cruz long-toed salamander specifically because it has a very small range, but there are very few locations that would meet all of the regulatory agency criteria. The high school property is very close to the project and its impacts, and both of the species that you saw previously have been recorded on the undeveloped portion of the high school property. Next slide, please. This is a map of the entire high school property, and you can see the area that's developed in the middle, essentially, surrounded by undeveloped space, and the conservation area or the mitigation area that we're proposing is outlined in the dotted black line, the dashed black line. And that's the boundary of the area we hope to conserve. And I'll tell you more about what that all entails. The hatched area surrounding the light blue breeding ponds delineates where previous grant funds helped do restoration activities. The grant project is a collaboration between the North Monterey County School District, the Central Coast Wetland Group, and the Resource Conservation District of Santa Cruz County. And they focus mostly on restoring the ponds and the areas around the ponds. It also provided funding to create and improve the existing trails that are there that I believe the cross-country team uses regularly. The dark blue areas are the areas where habitat restoration is proposed by Caltrans, and would include improving habitat for the upland habitat for the salamander species. The Caltrans habitat restoration would include planting native trees, shrubs, and vines to restore that upland habitat to make it more suitable so the salamanders can survive through the summers there, essentially. And along with those restoration activities, Caltrans will also establish an endowment, which will help fund maintenance and studies on the property in perpetuity. Next slide. The project permits from the agencies that I had mentioned earlier require Caltrans to install a fence around the conservation area. And that would include the northeast portion, where you have most of the trespass issues are greatest. And the fencing, we proposed to install fencing that would include approximately 1,000 linear feet to stretch along Castroville Boulevard near the entrance to the campus. And this is delineated with black and blue squares. We'd also be installing approximately 2,500 linear feet of pipe fence along the northeast and southeast sides of the restoration area, which is delineated in orange circles. You can see there are pictures on either side. The fencing details are still in a design phase, but our overall goal is to try and match the existing fencing around the property while continuing to protect the property from trespass. So we would do our best to match the fence that is already there, or to put in fencing that is appropriate visually for the area. Caltrans will pay for the initial installation of the new fence wherever it's needed, and included in the endowment I just mentioned, there will also be funds to maintain the fence around the conservation area. Those endowment funds would also be used for litter and trash removal, vegetation management, and long-term trail maintenance that you can see depicted in this aerial image. You can see where the paths are that the cross-country team uses. And Chad and I are available for questions. That's the end of our slideshow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to invite public comment. Is there any public comment on this presentation on conservation easement and amphibian conservation area? So it's okay. Thank you. Hi.
Good evening, board, trustees, Sandra, Matt. Thank you for all of you guys. It's lovely to see such a large turnout. First, I would like to say that the class of 2004 swim team, the Moro Coho Salmon, are going to be incredibly disappointed that we're giving away our pool. The lovely slough out there. Joking aside, I would urge the district to secure clear guidelines on any kind of future construction along that the border, especially out behind the gym in that area. The portables out there do need to be replaced. I'd hate to see us be locked in on what we can do in that area by bordering up against the boundaries. In addition, I would urge the district to, since we have District 5 kind of wanting this project, to potentially hold out for some improvements on the Moro Coho crossing that is a wreck every year. Every time it rains, we have to fill potholes that can bust my tires. It would be nice to see the improvements, since we're already going to be in the area doing construction, see the improvements march a little further down the road and give us a real crossing rather than the sinking bridge that we have currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Is there any other comments on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none in the library. Is there any on Zoom? No? Okay, then I will start with board member Angelo. That's you.
I was waiting for you to come up.
Oh, of course.
Are these ponds filled all year long? Or did they dry up? Or is that a chat question?
I'm pretty sure they.
They dry up. I think they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, the ponds drying up is a really important factor for these species because it doesn't allow fish to remain in the ponds because fish are predators for these amphibians. And it also typically it doesn't allow bullfrogs to remain in the ponds either. So it actually is an important feature of these ponds is that they dry out.
That's it.
Okay. Adriana?
No questions.
Okay. Rick?
Yeah. You kind of answered some questions about there's a big ATV, there's going over there all the time and ruining the ground and all that, but I'm sure more than that. And you said that there was like a 300 something $1,000. Is that for like easement and stuff? Like
That's what we are getting in exchange for this arrangement.
okay. And for Caltrans, is there on the new project, is there any direct off ramps going into the city of Castroville, like besides Highway 183?
I can go ahead and answer that. This is Chad again, District 5 Project Management. And I'm glad that we have this image here being shared on screen because the on and off ramps in both directions that are going to be supporting the interchange are not in Castroville proper. 183, the intersection of 183 with SR 156 is off page down to the left further west. If that answers your question.
I see that in the page 4 and the green goes into like middle of Castroville on the highway 156, but not all the way to 183. So I would assume there's no direct off ramps going into the back streets of Castroville.
No, and actually this is a good shot to be able to explain it a little bit better, but you can see the 183 intersection with 156. So the limits of the project do not extend all the way to 183, and the on and off ramps intersect in both directions with 156. So there is the development there, Monte del Lago, which I'm sure everyone is aware of. The westbound off ramp on 156 to the first roundabout there has an immediate connection to a frontage road, which will be connecting to the entrance to Monte del Lago. So end result of the project is that the entrance to Monte del Lago, entrance and exit that currently intersects 156 will no longer exist and be supported by a frontage road. So much safer condition moving forward.
And just thank you all for all your parts of the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Rick. I guess my only question is, and maybe it's going to be for you, Chad, are there any improvements planned for Castroville Boulevard, especially that section that is constantly being patched, or what is it called? What did you call it, Eric? Oh, Moro Coho Crossing. Say that 3 times fast. Is there any improvements planned for that area that you're aware of as part of this
So there
project?
is the project limits. I think what might be beneficial is to cycle back to the first project overview. Yeah, there we go. So if I'm not mistaken, Moro Coho Slough is slightly off page to the east there, and you can see where the improvements under the Castroville Boulevard interchange will just touch on that. So limits as far as a complete repave of a road will be stopping short of that. However, that is definitely something that I can bring up to our Caltrans maintenance crews with regards to any deficiencies over there in that area.
Great, we would appreciate that.
I just wanted to clarify, are we talking about on 156 or in Castroville
Castroville
and stuff.
Boulevard. Yeah, Castroville Boulevard, right before the high school, pretty close before the high school, maybe half a mile. I mean, don't ask me. I can't work for Caltrans. Yes, it's that area where it dips. You'll see lots of patches.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah.
thanks, Jen, for
Yeah.
chiming in there. Yeah, I misunderstood. Yeah, so Moro Coho Slough, we're talking about it near its intersection with Castroville Boulevard. Existing Castroville Boulevard as it heads towards the high school. So you can see there just below the label of Castroville Interchange Project. The limits of the project as far as paving go do extend. I'm going to say very close to it. I have to revisit the actual plan sheets. Very close to the conform of Castroville Boulevard in that area with Moro Coho Slough. So I can't say as to whether or not that specific area of concern would be getting a full repave or not. But again, I think this is probably something that I'm taking note of right here, right now, and can circle back with regards to deficiencies in our maintenance department.
Thank you. We'd appreciate you keeping us in mind when thinking about that. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. This was just a presentation item, so thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're clapping. Yay. Okay. I'd like to call up Desiree Lozado. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Desiree Losada.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. And I'm a community member and I teach TK at Castroville Elementary School. However, I was just informed that Human Resources plans to remove me tomorrow because my 60-day permit is expiring, but I have already surpassed that limit. The MCOE has already confirmed that I qualify for 3 emergency permits that can be applied at any time of the year. The worksheet is already completed by MCOE, and the application takes less than 1 hour. There is a clear and immediate solution. So, why was this never mentioned to me? This directly impacts our youngest learners, where consistency is crucial. When I brought this to HR, my emails went unanswered. I didn't raise a concern. I brought a solution, multiple solutions. And it's not too late. This can be fixed immediately. In February, I was approved to stay through the end of the year. On March 13th, the decision was reversed. I raised concerns about being owed money, and the timing of all of this raises some questions. This isn't the first time policies have been inconsistent. Before, I worked in 2 long-term positions well beyond that 60-day limit. Rules are being bent or enforced, depending on the person or the situation. Either there is a lack of awareness about permits and credentialing options, or there is awareness and those options are not being used to support students and staff efficiently. The district's LCAP goal 4.2 is about retaining highly qualified staff to support students. Our vision is to ensure that every student thrives academically, socially, and emotionally. But in the TK, that is consistency. And removing that goes against both. This could potentially be my student's 3rd teacher change in 7 months. But it doesn't have to be. They're 4 and 5 years old, young, vulnerable, and they cannot advocate for themselves. They rely on us to be their stability, their support, and their voice. Research across 200 studies shows that consistency supports both academics while also improving behavior and emotional well-being. And at the TK level, that's the teacher. So how is removing me going to support our students? My name is Desiree Losada, and I'm standing in the gap for my students who cannot yet advocate for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, then I'd like to call up CC Kalenda.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So my name is Cece and I am a teacher at the high school and also a parent of two of our high schoolers. So everything that I'm going to be talking about tonight is high school for you guys. First, I am really excited. Our principal sent out a notice to all the staff that our gates to the frontage roads around our campus are going to start to be closed like they were before during school hours. And I know this is going to be irritating to our staff because it's an inconvenience that we're going to need to get used to again, but I think that it's wonderful security for our campus. And I just really appreciate that because Dr. Turkey is probably tired of me mentioning at meetings that I worry about access to our campus because that road around our entire campus being open leaves our entire population exposed, and it's scary when you think about it. The other thing that I want to bring up is that we really miss having a college and career center on campus. And that is not to say that our academic coordinators are not doing a fantastic job with their college applications with students, because they are. Like, that's been a big change and they are handling it. And Pat is amazing at the work that he is doing, but students miss having a central place to get information. And I love my students, but sometimes if something's not right in front of them, they are not following through with it. So if we could come up with a way, I just want to plant like this seed of need, right? If we could come up with a way to have something, and I know staffing is an issue, I know space is an issue, right? But we can come up with things. We have an amazing NEST program, right? And what if we designate a place that is maybe staffed before and after school and NEST hours where students can drop in and get resume help, right? Get those examples, get things done. Maybe a sign that says, if you want to apply to college, go see your academic coordinator, because they can have announcements every single day and still be confused unless there's something there for them to reference. So that's an idea that I just want to put out there, and I know people can come up with solutions for it to support our students. And then the last thing I want to do is really shout out. Last Friday, we had the Noche de Sazon with Águilas Guerreras, and Miss Tostado, Miss Barrera, and all of the members of that club really threw a fun party for us. And there is nothing that brings joy to the community like dancing together. So I just want to give props to them because it was a whole lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to invite up Nolan Bauman. Bauman? Hi, welcome.
Thank you guys for your time.
Of course.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Nolan Boffman. I'm the parent of a student in the district, specifically Prunedale Elementary. I'm here to speak about an incident involving my son that occurred in December, which you guys were all made aware of. I think I tagged all you guys in an email, sent it out. In December, a teacher threatened and intimidated my child and tried to intimidate me as well. I made a clear and reasonable request that my son receive a written apology from the teacher because my child is now scared to interact with her. It is now March and that has not happened. I followed up multiple times with Mrs. Sorensen and Mrs. Mendez, who continue to kind of pass the bill back and forth of who I should talk to. Last week, I was talking to Mrs. Mendez. I was informed that she is not going to go ahead and keep on requesting. She's asked the teacher, and I guess that she asked one time and that was enough. Where I don't feel that is enough. The expectation of accountability should be from our children there. They have to write apologies to other students, to the parents, to the adults, to the teachers. This is not a complicated request. This is about basic accountability and respect for students. I'm asking the board to review how the situation has been handled, ensure the appropriate action is taken. At the very least, my child deserves a written apology. And I did want to go ahead and bring up as well, I reached out to the school liaison about the situation. I filed a police report. They never reached back out to me. I talked to the, I guess, manager, whoever higher up is. They said he was busy that day. He would call me the next day. He didn't. I called back. They said he would call me the next day. And he didn't. I don't know if they ever spoke to this teacher regarding this information. I don't know if they actually filled out my police report. Kind of been left in question of what's happening right now. I reached out to a few of you guys. I think I've already spoken to this gentleman as well. I've gotten nowhere. I would hope for the least I can get a written apology. Or my son, he doesn't want to speak to her. He's scared of her now. A teacher that he should respect and be able to go to with his problems, not fear that he's going to get a new problem from her. I don't think it's a big request. I would really hope that you guys could look into this a little bit more for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Okay. Jose Luis, now it's your turn. I'm so sorry.
Okay, good night, members of the board. As I was telling you, I'm out here as a school bus driver, and I have comments that I write down here. My comment is about the working environment that we have our job place. Probably you already hear about what is going on. There are some of my coworkers that have suffered harassment for a person from the office just for asking questions. Favoritism is another problem that we have there. And because we are there to transport the students, it's the perfect excuse for people from the office, I don't want to call names, to give you more keys to you or another driver. And I already feel it because when somebody is absent, they give you more students to you, but there are drivers at the office sitting there, okay? And that is a problem, not good. I think we need to have proper rules and procedures that need to be reinforced for the good of our department. And I would like to go to my job feeling safe. No, it's not like you are going to suffer something, but not having that toxic environment or feel the harassment, or like you can't go to the office to talk about the matter or any problem that you have because there are a special friendly zone at the office. Even though that we have the cafeteria where they can gather there, we have clean AC at the cafeteria. So I think the problem is very easy to solve from my point of view. Just put the rules and everyone needs to follow it. There is no special treatment because you are my friend. And I hope that you have the time over all the matters that you have to solve to help us to do our job better. That is transport the students. Because I'm pretty sure that when you are driving and you have any problem, you are stressed. and we are going in this situation every day. It's our job, of course, but we don't need to have more stressful matters on us. And it's to that way we can transport the student safety. Okay.
Thank you. Thank
That's
you
it.
very much for your
Thank you.
patience and your public comment.
I have a quick comment to make, which is we're aware of the issues over in transportation, and we do have a plan. And Brenda is actually going to connect with you just pretty briefly afterwards. Thank you so much for coming, and we will be making things better for you. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then Lana Lynn. Hi, please come up to the podium, Lana. Lana Lynn. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, Dr. Turkey. I'm so nervous. I'm not used to
Don't be
talking
nervous.
in
Deep breath.
front of people.
You're
I'm a
among
people
friends.
person, and really. So unfortunately, last Friday, the 13th, I got terminated from my job. I've been working as a van driver for 5 years. I started in January 2020, and I just stopped when they had a call when we had a COVID. But when they called us back, I worked for like almost 5 years as a sub driver. But I did my best. I worked every day. I didn't work like a sub. I worked like a regular employee. But then last Friday, unfortunately, in the morning, I told my supervisor that I hurt my shoulder. And he said, okay, that's the only thing he said. And then in the afternoon, I got fired. He gave me a termination letter. Well, before that, I learned from another driver. We were both hired at the same time, at the same date, beginning of the this school year. And we both signed the permanent status at the same time. And then that day in the morning, he told me that he got an email from Mr. Wilson Curtis saying that he wants to meet him regarding this thing that they should reducing the van driver position into one. And there were like 2 employees hired at the same time during that time, and it's me. So Mr. Curtis is requesting for an audience with I would name him Johnny, and they would have a meeting that time at 1:00, which they did. I didn't get that email. That's why I was confused at the end. I was the one terminated by my supervisor, and it says on his letter, it's upon his discretion. So I was surprised. Well, work ethics, I would say, I was challenging them to conduct an investigation between me and the other one who's working good and, attendance-wise, punctuality, whatever. I would brag about how the way I work. I am really a dedicated driver, and I have my own permanent route. And so I was surprised when that time I was the one terminated. And now I got, I know the reason why. I got all the information. And that's why even with the short notice, even I'm scared, I really tried to face the board today at this time, because I really want to seek an audience with you. I sent an email to Mr. Angelo DiMarco regarding this matter, but unfortunately, I didn't get any response, because I want to really talk to the board, and I really want to tell everything that's going on, the cover up and everything. Yeah, so I'm speaking on behalf of the drivers. We are all feel so, disgruntled with all this happening. And every day we're working, we're carrying precious cargo. And how would you do those things if you're not working? You're mentally disturbed, and like what Jose Luis was saying. So yeah, we're ready to tell everything. I know you guys know some of it, but there's still a lot of things that you should know. So yeah,
thank you.
So yeah, so you're welcome. So I would really appreciate if I would be given an audience with the board, and maybe a short minute would be, I would be happy with that one. I am not sour graping because I got terminated, but I really wanna seek justice and due process.
Okay, thank you for your
They said we're
comment.
gonna have a tiebreaker. So
Okay.
that's what it's in the letter. They would be a tiebreaker because we were both hired at the same time.
Okay.
So I was able to talk to Mr. Curtis, and I said, "What's the tiebreaker?" And I was told that the other one was hired 8 days before me. So that's already a big lie. So that's already a lie, because we signed together at the same time. And then I was told that, as per the supervisor, he said it is his discretion. And I know, now I just learned the reason why. And that's what I want to tell the board, because I want to speak to the board first before I would go on my next step.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
so I would really appreciate if
Okay.
you can
Thank
hear
you for
me
your
out.
public comment. We appreciate it. Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna be, is there any public comment on Zoom? I forgot to ask that. Public comment on non-agenda items? Okay, if you are on Zoom for public comment on non-agenda items, please proceed. Please proceed if you're on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. Please proceed.
Thank you. Stephanie Boffman, Good Evening Board, and Dr. Turkey.
Stephanie.
During Elkhorn's presentation, they noted that an increase of chronic absenteeism. Could that, the reason why be to the limited transportation to the school? Or the transportation struggling to cover routes? And then my other follow-up on that is also that school has high SDC classes. And it's hard when you have a child with special needs. You know, when they're sick, you don't know what's wrong with them. So I think there needs to be a little work done. I know Miss Harvey's doing her best there, but you know, we just got to take a look at that for a reason why.
Thank you,
It's not
Stephanie.
want to be there. It's just sometimes they can't.
Okay, thank you for your public comment. Any other public comments on Zoom? Seeing none, I'm closing public comment, and we will be moving on to agenda item M, board reports, and we'll start with you, Rick.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, lately on rec center board meetings, we've been working very good this year on plans, approving plans to bring back the Artichoke Festival and also improving the rec center district in general. We got pickleball court and batting cages and some other courts coming that's already been approved. We're looking to improve space, dedicated space for seniors. They're in a small room, and then they sometimes go to the gym, and but it'd be a total awesome
For the community, yeah.
for the community to
Yeah.
have the seniors have their own dedicated space. So they, when I wasn't on the board in 2024, they went for a bond, and it was kind of poor the way it was set up, and it failed. We're looking to go for a bond this November, but it's a small area. It's the rec center district boundaries only. And been going to softball games. Our team looks good, young, and doing good against opponents. So I am pretty stoked to get to. They haven't been on really any meeting times where I get to attend pretty much all of them so far. And Saturday I'll be attending our partner and in a joint powers, community human services. Our CEO is retiring, and the retirement party is this Saturday for Robin McRae. I got my own ticket. It was like $130, but it's all good. It goes to the cause. And that's it.
Thank you. Thanks for your board report. Adriana?
Awesome. I got to visit the middle school, and I really like that they have is it 5-star program? And I really wish the high school could actually incorporate it as well. It was really good to see that students check out, go do whatever they needed to do, check back in, and everyone knew where our students were. That's safety for our students. And I think that starting at the middle school, even if we were to start it at elementary, if we could, but starting at the middle school and then dropping it in high school doesn't make any sense because they're used to that system already. And that eliminates the students just walking around. So I wish that they could just bring it back to the high school. And then just so much good energy in that middle school right now. Both of our leaders there just such a good energy. Students love them. Like they joke with them. They approach them, everything. So it was really good to be at the middle school and share that space. And thank you, Matt, for taking me. And then I also got to visit Echo Valley, and that was also amazing. In Echo Valley, students, staff, teachers stopped me to tell me how happy they are with leadership there and how happy they are with the school and how happy they are with the environment of the school. So that was really good to hear. And then I got to go and see an art integration assignment where they were creating a mummy in a coffin and with clay and all this stuff. And it was pretty cool. Some of our kids are very creative. They are really good at art, and art is just bringing them joy to actually learn. So I'm really happy for the art integration at Echo Valley that's happening. And of course, DJ, the DJ will make everything happy. So it was really cool to see the students. They were all telling me about their art project, and this was sixth graders. And so it wasn't like it was the little ones, it was our older kids who were really happy and enjoying doing art and learning about the subject with art, and just being so creative. So that was really good to see. And then I'm really excited that the district is bringing workshops to create a childcare safety plan. And this childcare safety plan is for any emergency, temporary assignment of who should make sure that your children go to school, taken care of health-wise and everything. In case of an emergency, temporarily, who are you assigning to be in charge of your child? And I think that every parent should have those plans ready. We have floods, we have fires, we have all these things happening. So if you have a child under 18, you should have a plan of who should be taking care of your child. So I'm really happy that the district is bringing those workshops to the parents and offering them to the parents at different schools. And so I'm just really excited.
Thank you, Adriana. Angelo?
I have nothing to report.
Okay, I don't have anything to report either. So we'll go ahead and move on to the superintendent report.
Right. Thank you so much. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to report, I'm assuming, Enrique, you'll pull up the slides. Right. Okay. And if you go to the second slide, please. Okay, so as Ruben from Elkhorn actually just reported, so we just recently had our second district student council meeting.
How cool is that?
They were organized monthly, but as per the students, we're now going to be having one every 2 weeks because they would like to have them more frequently. We're going to trade off between ones which are just open, when they can just raise whatever concerns which they would like, and then others which have got a specific purpose to them. So this last one which we had did have a specific purpose, and it was to talk about cell phones at schools and to see what should the rules be at our schools for cell phone use from students. And the kids did a really, really great job and gave some really great feedback. We actually had third graders all the way through to seniors. Okay, so there's some pretty good representation there. And overall, the consensus from the elementary schools is that the phone should be away in the backpacks, including at recess time, because recess time is for playing and it shouldn't be for looking at their screens. A really good discussion in the middle school space and the high school space as well. So we mix the middle school kids and the high school kids. And it's interesting, you mentioned the way that things are at the middle school with 5-star and also with the environment there. Because the environment at the middle school in terms of the cell phones is actually pretty good, right? What you'll notice in the middle school is that there aren't many cell phones out. The kids all know exactly what the rules are and they know what the consequences are, okay? And that's including at recess time and at lunchtime. And at the high school, it's less so. And the high school would actually like to adopt what the middle school has. And both of the students, I mean, all the students there said consistency is key. Consistency is key to this. So it was pretty great. And it's really nice just to hear straight from the students. So that was the district student council meeting. And next slide, please. Okay, so the last dinner with the superintendent, we were talking about the early college program here at the high school. And we got some really good input from the parents here around how to spread the word and how they would like their students to be involved and supported. The next dinner with the superintendent, which I'm hosting, is going to be on Wednesday, April the 15th, and it is going to be around our cell phone policy. So we've spoken to students. Now we want to speak to parents around what are the parent opinions of what should the rules be for cell phone use of students at schools. We're collecting all of these opinions before we finalize our actual cell phone policy and then bring it to the policy committee and then to the board for approval. Next slide, please. Okay, now the next exciting thing which we have is it's our kickoff meeting to inform the public around a potential bond measure. Okay, so we're going to be talking in this meeting around what is the need? Why are we going for a bond? What is a bond? Okay, and the need, and a bond is all about facilities needs. And this is really to inform the public, what are the facilities needs across our campuses? What would our plan be if we were to go for a bond? And we really want to know what is the community input on what the priority projects are. Because to fix up all of our schools across the entire district would cost just short of $200 million. A bond is likely to get us about $40 million. So some simple math will tell you we can't do everything. And we really, really need our community, our stakeholders to come in and say, what should the priorities be at each school? So this is going to be the kickoff meeting. We are inviting everybody. There's going to be food, childcare, Spanish interpretation. And so all families, staff, community members are encouraged to attend. It's going to be right here in the high school library. It's going to be from 5:30 to 7:30 on Thursday, April the 16th. After that, we're going to be holding school facility tours in every single school. We'll be inviting the public, and we will be essentially just doing a bit of an introduction at each school saying, okay, what are the facilities needs right here in this particular school? And then we will be touring. And so the public can see exactly what are we talking about. And then we can come back and then get some feedback from the public, from our community. Okay, you've been to the high school, you've seen what the needs are. There's only a certain amount of money. What would you spend it on? And we really need that feedback. So again, the kickoff meeting to get some preliminary data from people, okay? But it's really going to be on these school tours where people can see it up front and close, where we really want that feedback and that input. We know that to go for a bond, we need to do this together. We need to build it together, and we need your input. So tell everybody it's going to be on April 16th, okay? Next slide, please. Okay, on Saturday, April the 11th, we are doing our preschool, TK, and kindergarten roundup. This is going to be at all of our elementary schools from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And we encourage all preschool, TK, and kinder parents to come and to enroll your students for next year. So this is coming up. Again, please tell your neighbors and friends. And next slide, please. Okay, so now this slide is to welcome Miss Swati Dagar. So Swati is here in the audience, and I know that she said a few words earlier. So Swati is joining us next school year as our new Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. She's a student-centered, data-driven leader and brings a wealth of experience as a teacher, principal, and district administrator with a strong track record in supporting diverse learners, strengthening instruction, and building collaborative teams to improve student outcomes. So folks, if you see Swati Dagar just over here, please give her a high five, say hello, and welcome her to the team. Hooray. Thank you so much. And next slide, please. Our next welcome is to Mr. Aaron Sanders. Now, Mr. Sanders is not in the audience today. He's actually on vacation in Cabo, I believe, with his family. They're on spring break right now. So it's it would be a long commute over here. So Aaron Sanders, he comes to us from NMCUSD, Monterey Peninsula. He brings over 20 years of leadership experience in middle and high schools with a strong track record of building collaborative cultures and improving student outcomes. He has served in both site and leadership district leadership positions, including principal of Seaside High School. Aaron is committed to inclusive, high-performing school communities, and we're excited to welcome him as the incoming principal of Educational Options. And next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to wrap this one up with our staff spotlight. And today's staff spotlight is for Nayeli Ponce Valtierra. Now, anyone who's visited the middle school recently will see that our front office staff are super, super welcoming. Okay, when the students, there was a student who came in late, and the student was, do you know what the people there said? They said, "We are so glad that you're here. Welcome. Thank you for coming to school." And they had a relationship with that kid, and that kid was happy to come to school. Okay. Same thing with the parents when the parents come in. Same thing with us when we come in. Okay. And so Nayeli here goes above and beyond every single day. Okay. She does all that's asked of her, and she's building those relationships with the community, with teachers, with the staff members, and she just does a wonderful, wonderful job. If we can give it up for Nayeli, please. And that is it for the superintendent report. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we'll be moving on to agenda item O, CSEA report. Is there anyone here to provide that report? Anybody online? No? Okay. Moving on. Next is Teachers Federation. Is there a report from the Teachers Federation? No? Okay. We'll be moving on. Next, we'll be moving on to discussion, action, and or information items. And actually, I'm going to start with agenda item 3, approve continued memorandum of understanding with Monterey County Sheriff's Department for School Resource Officer Program, just because I've seen them patiently waiting. So if you'll come up to the podium. With their car. Exactly. Remember last thing. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm here with our Sheriff's Department, with Commander Davis and Deputy Herrera to review our Memorandum of Understanding, which we do annually for our School Resource Officer. Sorry. Thank you. So just an overview of the memorandum. There is a portion that's allocated for law enforcement duties, but there are other parts in the memorandum as well, including mentorship and guidance, education and prevention, crisis response, collaboration, community engagement, and conflict resolution. I wanted to introduce Deputy Herrera again to the board. He is a graduate of Elkhorn and our North Monterey County Middle School and North Monterey County High School. And I did want to play this video that I convinced him to do. He really didn't want to do it, but it got 938 likes, and I think it's our #1 most viewed video on Instagram. So he is famous.
It absolutely is, by the way.
Is it? Can we play it? We filmed that at Elkhorn so he could have some nostalgia. I am going to pass it on to him to discuss how it's been looking this year for his role.
Thank you. And good evening, board and
Good
Matt Turkey.
evening. Welcome.
My schedule this year, 2025, 2026, same as last year, rotating between the middle school and the high school. Middle school 2 days, and then at the high school 3. So far activities, participated in 20 community events. Those are also including the football games and other sporting events. 20 reports generated. I had 50 plus in 2024 to 2025. 65 investigations slash incidents, and campus supported. They're all of them. The highlights for this school year: career exploration events at the elementary and secondary, home visits for attendance and safety, the individual support at student meetings, re-entry meetings to be specifically, suicide risk and threat assessment support and aligning response to immigration protocol, safety during peaceful student protest, parent workshop discussions regarding substance and gang prevention at elementary and middle school, and support at the football games and community events.
And every year we ask our students what they think. And so these are some quotes from our middle school. I'll let you read them, but generally, Deputy Herrera, it's very clear that Deputy Herrera has built relationships with the middle school students. They lit up when we asked them questions about him. They see that he gives out stickers. The one piece of feedback they did have for us was when there are behavior incidents, they want to see follow through with consequences for those students. And they did, multiple students did share that to us. So you can read those, they're fun. He's nice and chill and nonchalant, one of them said. So. And then we're working with I didn't know that Adriana wouldn't be here, but ASB is, you have it.
So she sent me her comments to read out.
Oh, perfect. Well, are you able to do that now?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is from Adriana. She says, I had the opportunity to meet with both our HOA representatives, that's the House of Advisory, and our ASB delegation, and there was clear consensus that the student resource officer is both valuable and necessary presence within our school community. When asked, many students expressed strong appreciation for the sense of security the SRO provides, noting that they feel significantly safer knowing he is present on campus. We also discussed the practical benefits of his role, including his immediate access to emergency services such as 911 and the fire department, as well as his professional training in critical life-saving procedures such as CPR and the proper administration of Narcan. On a more personal level, students highlighted their gratitude for his active engagement on campus and his efforts to build positive relationships with students while maintaining a safe environment. Overall, our high school delegation found no notable drawbacks of having an SRO on campus and strongly supports his continued presence in the coming years. We believe his role will further strengthen the connection between students and authority figures while contributing to a safer and more supportive school environment.
Thank you. Thank you, Adriana, and ASB and House of Representatives. And we'll just go on to staff feedback. So same sentiment from the staff. They feel that Deputy Herrera is responsive when there is a crisis or when they need to do a home visit. And so these are some of the things that he does. The elementary staff feel that he comes when he needs to come, and they're okay with him being more delegated to our secondary schools. There was mention of him doing those career events and how that was really meaningful for our students. And I do want to highlight the top left one, which is one of our staff shared that it really does depend on the person, the contract. When asked if we want to have a contract or not, they said it really depends on who it is. And because it is Deputy Herrera, they support this contract. I'm going to pass it back to Deputy Herrera.
For next school year, we want to continue the implementation of the Big Five, the Run, Hide, Fight training, monthly check-ins and data collection with Katie, additional support at the elementary sites. Although it sounds like they understand, like, our main focus right now is obviously the middle school and the high school. And as long as I'm just able to respond quickly if there is an event at the elementaries, they're understanding. Continued support at dismissal and arrival times, and then continued prevention, parent workshops and community events, including career exploration for our youth. Timeline for April 2026, next school year. I'll have it's a 3-year commitment for the SRO. I would have another year after that if we would vote on it. Then the following school year, if both the school district and the board and the sheriff's office are in agreement, good thing we could expand it to 5 years total as SRO for myself. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions from the board? I'll start with you, Rick.
No, thank you.
How about you, Adriana?
No.
Okay, Angelo?
No.
No? Okay, we're going to open it up for public comment.
So I'm going to speak on behalf of me as a parent of two children, one at the high school and one at the middle school. I want to really highlight that the feedback you were given, especially from the one person that said it really depends on the person, is absolutely correct. We've had past SROs I've had many interactions with. This guy here has been by far the best that I feel our district has had assigned to us. And it's a shame that we'll lose him after 5 years, because I really would like to continue seeing this level of care and support. Part of it because he's an alumni and we like that. I do want to highlight that as a parent, I would like to see more follow through on things like vapes, especially if they're confiscated. They're illegal for our kids to have. They're not 21. So why aren't we following through with legal ramifications, at least in the information, or for getting parents on board with trying to get rid of them? Why aren't we investigating where our children are getting illicit substances from? Or are we doing more to get that done? Because I mean, I've spoken in the past on this. Our kids are having access to these things, and if we're not leveraging the resource that we're granted and having dedicated people who are at our fingertips, then we really are missing an opportunity. Because it would be nice to not hear about vaping in the bathrooms, or a student selling drugs on campus. That really breaks my heart, because we're better than that. So thank you, and I hope that the board continues to see the wisdom in approving him. I know we were contentious on the last time we brought an MOU for this, but I really would urge the board to continue the relationship that we have here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for your public comment. Is there public comment on Zoom? No? Okay, I am closing public comment. This is before you as a motion. I invite a motion.
I motion to approve the renewal contract with SRO.
I'll second that.
Okay, and now I'm opening it up for discussion. We'll start with you, Angelo. Is there any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, actually, I'd like to have the calendar up. The reason why I want to have the calendar up is because you write evals. So from the work that Herrera's done, you get compliments with staff, always want to get rid down to yeah, fine. Oh, I know when I was 10, we had SROs that was crazy jobs for us. That's something eval. He's doing great work. He's my third SRO. And to just be honest, the demographic of where we are, and you have 100% support of everybody wants us to have an SRO in a time where people don't want SROs. It's fun to see, or there's a feeling of pride with our sheriff's office in Herrera when you see neighboring districts fighting to get rid of their SROs. And I'm like, wow, not in my district. Our district wants to keep continuing the program, even to the point where usually SRO is a 3-year assignment, making it to a 5-year assignment. Talk about raising the bar for whoever's after you. Something that it also makes it great SROs when you're 10-8, then the SRO just pops up online saying, hey, I'm also 10-8. I'll take that call and take that paper. It just shows great involvement, a very proactive SRO. Share with everybody else.
Absolutely. Thank you. That after seeing the comments that the students had wrote and some of the comments from our community members, I'm going to have to ask them for those notes so I can actually put some of that directly into his evaluation too. So I do appreciate that. And to reiterate what a lot of our people have said, it really does excuse me, depend on the individual that's selected for that position. And I'm glad he's doing such a great job in building relationships. And it shows the hard work that he and the partnership with the school district has really changed, at least in this district, the perception of SROs in our schools.
Yeah, it's been outstanding. I'll just add, because my previous department, the schools wanted to get rid of our SRO, not because they didn't believe in the SRO, they didn't believe in the individual. And that individual destroyed a great program. And it's just so exciting to see just how much growth has happened with our sheriff's office in North County. So thank you for your
Absolutely.
guys' work.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Angelo. Adriana?
I will always say I'm against SROs. It all depends on the person, but I've always said that I'm for whatever our students want and need. And our students clearly have said they want an SRO here. And especially because it depends on the person, like everyone's saying. And Deputy Herrera has done such an amazing job. I've seen him at football games. I've seen him at the middle school, here at the high school. And I've always seen a smile and always seen a perspective of understanding that our students are still students. They're still trying to figure out life, trying to figure out the world. And it's our role as an adult to make sure that we guide them and get them to a better pathway, a better choice. And I see that in him. So if our students are saying that they want an SRO, it doesn't matter what I want. It's what our students want, because that's exactly what we should be doing as board members, focusing on what our students want. And especially if it's Deputy Herrera, of course, we would support that. And I'm just really excited at seeing how you always have built the relationship with our kids, and you understand our community. You're from here. You understand who they are. You understand how to approach them, and you understand also how to work with the parents and how to work with the entire family, entire unit. So I'll still give you a hard time and say I don't support SROs, but you're so welcome in this district that for me, it's a no given. So
Thank you, Adriana. Rick?
Well, Trustee Melgoza Ramirez read my mind, like to the every word she said, because I have voted no every year for or abstained since I've been here, and it's like Trustee DeMarco said, it's the fit, and also echoing what Trustee Adriana said. She said what the community wants, what the students want, most importantly, and you know, Herrera is the perfect fit. I see him all the time, and so love seeing him on the campuses and the football games. Definitely would love to support it this year for the first time.
Okay, thank you, Rick. If there's no further discussion, we're going to move to approve continued memorandum of understanding with Monterey County Sheriff's Department for School Resource Officer Program. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed, abstained? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, we're going to be moving to our next agenda item, which is to start at the beginning. One, adopt resolution 2025-2632, authorizing site substitution to secure the district's 2010 certificates of participation, AALRR. Hi.
Hello, it's actually Shin Green of East Shore Consulting. And this is, I'm municipal advisor to the district, and we talk a lot about bond stuff. And in relation to a earlier topic, which is the conservation easement, there are some bond related things that must happen in order to facilitate or allow for that to proceed. And so tonight I have a brief presentation. This is actually something for those of you who have been on the board for some time, you may remember about 2 years ago, we started this conversation. And that conversation, different presentation. That conversation was specifically put to the side for a while as things were kind of figured out and determined, and the state process of getting its project approved and all of those things. That's the one. Is what sort of put this on the back burner for a little while. But now that we have some clarity on the easement process and are ready to go forward, making a long story short, you will see in this presentation a discussion of why we need to, okay, got it. Why we would need to do some modifications to one of the district's existing bond obligations. And so With the approval of a recordation of a conservation easement on the high school property, on open space by the California Department of Wildlife, that will impair or put something on the title of that property. That property is also a piece of land which secures your 2010 certificates of participation, a bond obligation issued in 2010. And so with that, we sort of need to do some work to allow a title swap for the bond purposes to allow an easement to be recorded on the high school property. If we can go to the next page. The 2010 COP or certificates of participation are really sort of a lease arrangement to finance infrastructure improvements. They're not a voter approved bond. They're a bond that is approved and is backed by the general fund of the district. But in 2010, coming out of the Great Recession, we had a variety of ARA or American Recovery Act programs, which provided some subsidies on borrowing to encourage schools and public entities to do public infrastructure projects during that time. And so the 2010 COPs were issued an amount of $10 million and included those subsidies. And as part of that, the 2010 COPs were used to construct the two-story modular building at Castroville Elementary, restrooms and campus-wide upgrades and repairs also at that same campus, and some work on restrooms and upgrades to them at both the high school campuses. When we have one of these COPs or certificate of participation, it's an interesting name. Certificate of participation, what are you participating in? Essentially, it is the participation in a lease. And so the way that that financing arrangement works is a district will convey the title to one of its properties to a nonprofit, third party, public entity, or third party nonprofit in order to create a lease arrangement where the district will lease its property back from that outside party. That creates a lease revenue stream, which in turn can be securitized, and that securitization can be sold to the public, which the public participates in. So therefore, they're participating in the lease. And that's sort of where the name comes from. And so in this arrangement with the 2010 COPs, there is a counterparty that has been granted title to the high school campus. Understood. And that high school campus is granted on a temporary basis to facilitate this lease arrangement. And the reason for that is because under state law, you cannot lease property to yourself. And so we need this counterparty arrangement to facilitate the whole financing arrangement that was entered into. When that lease is fully repaid, the title reverts back to the district. And so there is no real risk of loss of the property or anything of that nature. It really is only for the purpose of facilitating a lease. And in the case of the 2010 COPs, that arrangement was made with the additional accoutrements of federal subsidies, which defray a portion of the interest expense on those. And so if we go to the next page, you'll see here that the 2010 COPs are actually very, very close to their maturity. The final maturity of those will be June 1st of 2027. And so there are only actually two payments left, one coming up in a couple of months and one a year thereafter. So really about 1.2, call it 1.3 million of remaining principal. Interest on that would be $443,000, but federal subsidies would cover about $344,000 of that. And so in order to maintain the federal subsidies, maintain the lease arrangement, but free up the high school campus, we must provide an alternate lease asset or lease assets to replace the high school in this 2010 COP arrangement. We can go to the next page. We've already mentioned that the lease carries these ARA subsidies, and the Qualified School Construction Bond Program is the specific subsidy that is applicable to the 2010 COPs, which again are secured by the entire high school campus. So while these are almost paid off, the form and substance of the Qualified School Construction Bond when it was issued and when the subsidy promises really precluded the use of early redemption provisions or early prepayment provisions. So while we've looked at the option to try to prepay this lease and terminate this agreement sooner, we really don't have that option in this case because of the way it's structured. And so with that, we are looking, despite the limited remaining amount of outstanding 2010 COPs, to facilitate what we call a lease asset swap, replacing the high school property with one or two additional properties to make up for them. We flip to the next page, you can see the cover of the 2010 certificates of participation. I've just highlighted a few things here. Up in that right corner in the red circle, you will see the rating on those COPs. It's an A-rated COP. You will also see that the counterparty is listed there in the red underline up top, which is the local Facilities Finance Corporation. It's a nonprofit corporation, really exists mainly just to facilitate these public sector leases. And down below in that box, you will see that they are not prepayable. They are not redemption or prepayment provisions, which means we have to carry this lease out until its conclusion. And one circle down there in the middle, Assured Guarantee, is a bond insurance company which insured these COPs. And as a result, they do have some rights in terms of rights to say yes or no to certain things on the COP. We go to the next page. As you know, and was talked about earlier today, there is this California Department of Fish and Wildlife opportunity to record an easement to facilitate a road project for Caltrans and Department of Transportation at the state level, in exchange for which the district will receive $371,000. That is not to pay for the costs of those things. That is simply compensation to the district for loss of use of the property that will be placed in the easement. And so that goes to the district, to your operating or general fund for purposes that you can determine. And in exchange for that easement that they will place on roughly 49 acres of wetland and open space surrounding this campus, that conservation easement that will protect those species, they will provide this compensation, but we need to be able to free this campus up to enter into that arrangement. And so, since this campus serves at that lease, we must look for another one. And fortunately, there is the ability to swap these assets. It's written into these lease contracts that last 20, 30 years. And so we know that there may be a need to do something like this. So it is allowed for. And for that potential lease swap, generally the rule of thumb is you must have a similar asset value as the original lease amount. Because we are getting toward the end of that lease, we are in a position where we can get away with a little less of an asset value. But if you understand what the asset values are of the high school campus, which is large, has multiple buildings, you don't have many other campuses that carry this much value. And that's the reason why we are probably going to look at 2 elementary campuses. I would mention, and later on here, we'll talk about sort of the middle school is not a viable option. It is actually the security for your 2019 lease obligation of the district. So it is already encumbered. There's something on title, and we can't record multiple leases on the same property. Just like we can't record the conservation easement on this property while the title is encumbered by the lease. So that's why we're going through all of this. And as part of the deal with the state, they will cover any and all costs up to $60,000 associated with the activities needed to revise this lease, which will include a few things we'll talk about. On the next slide is just a visual of the high school campus. The area in green is the conservation easement area. And you can see the campus area. And this is similar to the map that was shown to you by the state folks earlier today. Let's talk about the requirements for swapping a lease asset. These are spelled out in the 2010 COP documentation. And really the ones to focus here on this list of bullets are the second and last 8 sub-bullets. All the other conditions are really met, but the second bullet indicates that we must record an amendment to the lease, removing the former lease property and replacing it with a new lease property. And so that would require that counterparty, that nonprofit corporation, the Public Financing Corp, to execute a new lease. And that lease must be recorded against the titles of those properties. Again, that recordation of an encumbrance on those titles goes away when the COP is repaid. So it's really an 18-month period that these new properties would be under this restriction. The final one, number 8, is it does require written consent of the insurer, the bond insurer. Full disclosure, we have been in touch with the bond insurer. It's a bit of a back and forth process and negotiation. And I'm working on trying to get them to settle for one campus, but at the end of the day, given the valuation differences, we probably will end up having to securitize two campuses in place of the high school campus. Again, just the size and magnitude of the campuses. We go on to the next page. In terms of options, we did look at all of the campuses. Again, your middle school is already encumbered. And there are certain provisions that the bond insurer and other participants like to see, such as property essentiality, which means that we can't give them an empty lot. They really want something that's used as part of the operations of the school, typically a campus where students are located. And we must also make sure that that the property is free of any other encumbrances and is relatively new or newer. And so we preclude certain properties that you have from being considered. Right now, based upon conversations that we've had, it looks like Echo Valley and Castroville Elementary are the two that the bond insurer would sign off on. We're waiting final affirmation of that. But before we can do any of this, it really must be approved by the board as we're modifying the terms and conditions of an existing debt obligation. And so we've had these conversations with everyone. I think everyone is coming kind of to the end of making their determinations. I don't believe there's any preclusion from the substitution of the property. And again, will allow us to proceed with the arrangement with the state of California to record the conservation easement, proceed with compensation for that, and make the improvements here at the high school campus as well. The substitute property will again remain in that leasehold for about 18 months. And once the 2010 COPs are fully repaid, all of that goes away on these two properties. The next slide talks about the actual process, and really in order to facilitate this, it starts with your approval of a resolution and conversations with various agencies, which have already kind of been gotten underway. And there's a resolution here which essentially authorizes the staff to complete and amend the underlying lease agreement for the 2010 COPs, replacing the existing asset, the high school, with one or two additional campuses. We really have to have these things kind of approved and worked through by the board before we can finalize it. And so this will approve a format of a lease amendment, which is an attachment to that resolution. You will see some blanks in there that we will fill in once the final negotiations are done with the bond insurance company and everyone is in agreement. But do not anticipate anything more than those two campuses, and really don't think that the leasehold is a problematic issue in any way, shape, or form for those campuses, and should terminate in 18 months. Once we have the approved resolution and we finalize and fill in the lease amendment, that must all be recorded on title. And we must do some title search to make sure that those lease assets are not encumbered. Done some preliminary looks at them. We don't believe they are. But in all of that process, those must be recorded. A title insurance policy must be recorded. And some certain insurances that the high school campus carries to be part of that lease must be conveyed to those new properties. Those are kind of the final steps. And so East Shore will kind of serve as a financial advisor in this transaction, negotiating with the various parties. AARR will serve as legal counsel. And overall, we anticipate that after approval, it would take us less than 2 months to complete this swap process. I give you a sample timeline on the next page. We'd probably look at trying to wrap this thing up by the end of April. And so with your approval, we should be in a clear space where the state can then, after this is complete the easement process, compensate the district, and move forward with the plan that was discussed earlier today. I believe it was item K3. That is a lot of stuff about a financing and modifying a lease, but want to know if there are any questions, concerns. Certainly happy to answer those here today.
Thank you. That was very thorough. We're going to start with clarifying questions. Rick, I'm going to start with you.
None right now, thank you.
Okay, Adriana?
No, thank you.
Okay, Angelo?
No
No,
clarifying
okay.
questions.
At this point, I'm going to invite public comment. Is there any? No? Okay. Is there any on Zoom? No? Okay, this is, I invite a motion to adopt resolution number 2025-2632, authorizing site substitution to secure the district's 2010 certificates of participation. I move.
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? I'm going to start with you, Angelo.
Discussion? No.
Or comment?
It's
Yeah.
been It's crazy thinking we've been talking about this for 2 years. Just want to just throw it out there. It's been very, I know it's funny to say this about when it comes to finances, but it actually has been enjoyable and fun hearing you talk about this for 2 years. You really break it down well with us. And in the few times that we met outside the board, I appreciate you taking the time to further explain it to us, to making it more understandable of what's going on. And once again, thank you and your firm for all you've been doing.
Thank you, Angelo. Adriana, any final
Same.
comment?
Thank you. You have a lot of knowledge. Thank you so much for helping us.
Rick?
Thank you. Appreciate you so much. All the time you've been coming with us.
Yes, thank you, Shine. Okay, we're gonna, Shin, I'm sorry, I keep saying Shine.
It's
Must be thinking of your personality shining. I'm gonna stick with Shin,
safe.
okay? Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Motion carries unanimously, yes? So I heard every aye? Okay, perfect. We're gonna be moving on to the next agenda item, which is to adopt resolution number 2025-2633, calling for governing board member election and requesting consolidation with the November 3rd, 2026 statewide general election.
Every 2 years when there's an election, some of our board members are up for election. And the way that this works is the governing board of any district, when this happens, we have to pass a resolution, okay, so that we are then asking the county to actually run the election and put in the seats for the election, okay? And there will be a total of 2 offices within this district to be filled at the election. And the offices are Trustee Area 2, currently with Adriana Melgoza Ramirez, and Trustee Area 4, currently with Ricardo Diaz. And as I say, we have to pass this resolution so that we can go forward with the election.
Okay, any clarifying questions? We're gonna start with Angelo? No?
No.
Adriana?
What happens if we don't pass it?
It's a really good question.
What if I'm like, I'm not going to give up my seat, Matt?
Maybe this is a flaw of democracy, right?
Huh.
It's like I'm not
Like-
entirely sure.
You know, like some of these things they don't make sense to me if
Yeah, because
I'm just curious, what would happen if we don't pass it, this resolution?
Now I have a question. Like, how much does this cost? Just curiosity.
I'm not entirely sure the cost of this. We do have to pay back the
I think it's
the
around
county for doing this. Do you have any answers to
15,000.
the cost of this, Brenda? Okay.
She's all, don't look at
Shin,
me.
do you happen to know? Okay.
There you
This
go.
is all right, Shin, but we appreciate it.
These are, I hope these are not billable hours,
These
okay?
these are not
Okay,
billable
buddy,
hours.
these better be free. This one's gotta be on the house. Okay, thank you.
Just an advisor. And so what I would tell you is that this resolution is essentially a consolidation on the November election, putting your measure into the election with all other measures in the county and all other seats in the county and things of that nature. And when that occurs, you don't know the exact cost until after the fact, because you don't know how many measures will be on, how many different races will be run. But it usually is a pro rata spread of the electoral costs per measure and per seat to the entities that are on the ballot that time. And so in some places, they might only do their trustee elections in the early cycle, in the June cycle, or in the November cycle. It just depends on what the mix is in your county. The more on the docket for any individual election, usually the cheaper the cost is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any thoughts, Shin, on what happens if the board decided not to pass this resolution?
You know, it's an interesting one because I'm not an attorney, but I would tell you that this resolution essentially is a request to consolidate. And so what it is it allows you to take advantage of the countywide election process. You as an individual entity, in theory, I guess, could run the election yourself and have it in your own space. That's not something that usually is done, but I don't think it precludes the end of terms. Those are all sort of in the bylaws and the codified laws of how a board operates and how a school district operates.
Thank
Gotcha.
you.
That's great.
Thank you.
Yes, that was very
So it's
helpful. Thank you.
either
Educating me.
the county runs it, or if we say no, we have,
Only clarifying question.
we have
Thank
to
you,
run it
Adriana.
ourselves. Okay.
It's educational answers.
Rick,
Thank
did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just curious, when's the last time, if anyone knows, or if you even had ever at-large seats? Does anyone know that? That if we've ever had, or when's the last time we had at-large seats?
Like not by district?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was back in the 90s.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because some districts are sleepier and wouldn't be crazy to like, hey, open it up to anyone in the district. But I know, man, just saying it. Besides that, is anything on here? It's nothing's different from usual years or anything.
It's a boilerplate, which we just switch out the names and we switch out the year.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Any on Zoom? Nope. Okay, I'm closing public comment. I invite a motion to adopt resolution 2025-2633.
I move.
And I'll
Second.
second.
Oh,
Okay.
you guys got it.
Okay, is there any further discussion? I'm going to start with you, Rick.
No.
No.
Okay, Adriana?
Just for clarification, and it's not that I don't want to give up my seat.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Okay. Angela?
I'm happy to
No
give it
further
up.
questions.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Now we're moving on to our next item, which is adopt resolution 2025-2634, recognizing March 2026 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Oh, welcome. You've been waiting to report on this?
It's all good.
Great.
Good evening, Board
Good
President
evening.
Ruiz, board members, Dr. Turkey. My name is Allison Gribben, and I am the Director of Special Services here in North Monterey County. So I'm also getting older, so I have to wear
Yeah.
glasses.
Nobody's getting.
This resolution recognizing March as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month focuses our attention on the journey our country has been on to promote inclusion, increase accessibility, strengthen programs, and advance opportunities for individuals with developmental disabilities. Our district is committed to this journey and proudly supports approximately, because it varies sometimes day to day, week to week, but approximately 574 students under one of the 7 recognized categories for developmental disabilities. So I am here tonight to ask you to adopt this resolution to support our department, our community, and most importantly, our students with disabilities. So thank you for your
Wonderful.
consideration.
Thank you. I think we can skip questions or clarifications. Can we? Even though it's in the
If you
doc?
have
I'm gonna
questions,
skip
I'm
them.
happy to try to
Yeah,
answer
so
them.
I'm going to skip them right now, and then I'm going to open it up for public comment, and then we will move to board comments. Yes. Okay.
So again, as a parent, not because of any community hats or anything like that, I really want to highlight the awesome work that this district has done for special education. As everyone here knows, I've said it as ad nauseum. My mom taught in this district 43 years as a special education IA. I was brought up in her classroom, usually either sitting at the desk, under the desk, or playing Oregon Trail on one of the really ancient computers sitting in the corner. With that background and growing up in special education, seeing the needs in our community and seeing the work that this district has done has been amazing. We are in the process, I mean, at previous board meetings, we are righting wrongs that have deeply affected members of our community for decades even, because that was standard practice. And now we're finally saying, you know what? No, we need to do more. I appreciate the board and I appreciate the work that Allison does every day. She's a rock star.
Yes.
And I cannot say enough about the department that she is overseeing and that she runs. And it's truly a jewel in our crown, the way we treat special education students within our district. So I would urge the board to please adopt the resolution because it's just the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for your public comment. Do we have any public comments on Zoom? Okay, absolutely. Let me guess, Stephanie? Let's do it, Steph.
How did you know?
I knew my fierce advocate was waiting in the wings for this.
I just
have the
wanted to
floor.
say thank you guys for hopefully approving this, and just your dedication to the special services, and the department in general has come a long way, and I'm proud to work with them as a parent.
Thank you, Stephanie, for your public comment. Is there any further public comments, Enrique? No? Okay, we're going to close public comment, and then we will start with you, Angelo.
Right. Well, once again, Allison, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Not to be a dead horse, but I just loved your department ever since I started being on the board. You've done a great job. And I guess what I really want to say there is like, this resolution needs to be more than just paper being turned into the board where us five vote. Because unfortunately, I do talk to a lot of teachers here. I talk to a lot of parents here. And the complaints I get is not from SPED, but it's from site administrators supporting SPED. And that is the cold reality, whether we like it or not. And I want to state this, my commitment to the will of the board is that we support our SPED department, and we expect our administrators and site staff to support our SPED department. If you do not support them, you're basically going against the culture of our district, the culture of our community. And that's not something, while I'm here as a trustee, that I will basically stand for. We need to have staff on board to follow through and support all our children's needs, our SPED department, make sure that we follow all the rules and laws and give the services to those who are in need. So thank you for bringing this resolution to us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Angelo. Adriana?
Thank you for all the work that you've done to turn around that department completely. I think one thing I would say is not only from certain staff, but I also hear it from certain parents, especially our Spanish-speaking community, who are still not knowledgeable about how to request and the process, and they are constantly put off about getting a formal evaluation for their child when they feel that they need to have a formal evaluation. So I would want our district, again, like Angelo mentioned, that this is not just a resolution, and that we actually create accessibility for our students, for our families to access proper evaluations, proper services. And I know it's costly, and I know we don't get the resources, and I know it's a very messed up system in the educational system, and we have to do with little to nothing. We have to do a lot of magic. But again, as we still see a lot of discrepancy between our Latino, Hispanic, Spanish-speaking community accessing these services. So I'm hoping that our district really works on not discouraging our parents to request formal evaluations, and that I stop hearing that as a board member. And I really want to work with everyone to make sure that that doesn't continue to happen within our district, and that our staff is trained to accept formal requests or accept letters and accept requests by parents, not just in writing. If they're verbally saying, I want an evaluation for my child, that you guide them and tell them how to be able to request that.
Yeah, the systems are challenging.
But thank you.
Yeah.
But thank you for making it better each time.
Right. Continuous improvement, right, Dr.
Yes.
Turkey?
Thank you, Adriana. Rick?
Thank you, Allison, for all the amazing work that you do in your department, and all the advocacy that you do, and the recognitions and acknowledgements, the fairs, the grants. I mean, you name it, you got everything dialed in. So we all appreciate you and the department, and definitely would love to support this resolution.
Great, thank you. And it takes a village, so I just get the privilege of sharing this with you all. But there is a huge team behind me that carries out the work.
Thank you, Rick. Just to kind of reiterate what everybody or my fellow board members have said, is that you do give life to the program, and you do, I'm sure, inspire your team to meet the needs of students and to achieve higher and want more, that continuous improvement. So kudos to you, the entire team, and for giving voice to students that may not have the voice. So thank you. And, I think I forgot to invite a motion, so I will invite one now. Okay, to adopt the resolution 2025-2634. And a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all.
Allison.
And I think
Okay.
you saved the best for last.
Yes, of
Thank you.
course, we
Thank
did.
you.
We did. We're sorry. Thank you for hanging with us. Okay, our next agenda item is board requests for information and or possible agenda items. I'm going to start with you, Rick. Do you have any requests?
I have 7 of them, so. I
7
don't know
of
if
them.
You guys want to go first or anything?
Go for it. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
The first one, I would like to see if we could have a committee on changing the names possibly for the gym, baseball field, football field, with also things in there to possibly have sponsorships. It's who you know. I at the rec center just for the Art Chuck Festival alone, our board president got big giant money coming in to sponsor just from knowing them and talking to them or even talking to them. So I think a committee of some sort that the district could come up with for us board members if we decide that would be great. I would like information or request on outside investigator for the alleged unruly behavior and misconduct, just like we recently had paid for another employee recently. We don't want this harassing or going on or allegedly. For our board meetings, I think it'd be a great idea, just like every other board meeting I see, to have a couple more cameras in the broadcast to show, and then also to show instead of the tiny little screen of the people that are speaking, to show a bigger screen instead of the, like agenda item or maybe half it or something like that. I think people like to see who's talking, and if you have more cameras, you could point it at whoever's talking. If that's possible, that would be great. And I'd like a breakdown of information on the process of how the TK teacher at Castroville School went down, address the allegations and reasoning why she wasn't retained and is good enough to keep bouncing around our schools. She obviously cares for her job, and a lot of other parents are happy with her, and all her evaluation feedback over the years have been great, but hasn't been retained long term. I'd like to see the feasibility, because I think we can get the ball rolling on inclusive playgrounds for Elkhorn School and Prunedale School. It's long overdue, and we did it without bond money all the other times. So I think that's something we should get the ball rolling on, because the community wants that. Students want it. To not just say we can't do anything on the Echo Valley traffic, and to actually sit down and see what we could actually really do, and include us board members. And I know there's the county aspect, but that's just the road. We have the property there, so I really the whole community around there is talking about it, concerned about it for years. And it's very dangerous right there. So I'd really like to see a ball rolling for that. And since the idea of town halls came, I had mentioned it. I mentioned going to different schools, and Dr. Jerky has these awesome ones right here at the library, but still to this day, people want a town hall at their school at least once a year. So, and I think at 2 different intervals over the past year, Dr. Turkey said, yeah, definitely. So I would definitely like to, and the community would definitely like to see that. And I know it'd be very populated, especially at the middle school and the Castroville school. But Prunedale, anywhere in Prunedale, those schools or Elkhorn or Echo Valley, they would definitely go to it. So once a year is not asking a lot to go to those schools. That's my last one.
Thanks. Adriana?
I would still like to see a presentation on our demographics and of our students and who are we serving, how their form, a lot of language, all these different demographics, because when we are making policies and we're making decisions, we should know what the population that we're making decisions for looks like, so it could inform us properly on our students.
Yeah, we
And I
actually,
don't want an email to myself. I would like a presentation for our community to understand who we are and
yeah, I think that
understand
was one
what's
of the
going on.
questions we had, because we did go over that.
I mean, we have it actually prepped. It could go at any time.
Okay, so we'll look at
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, thank you. Angelo?
Nothing.
Okay, and I don't have anything either. So with that, motion do I need a motion?
Yeah.
'Cause I just feel like I could do this and that would be enough, but I guess not. Okay, I invite a motion to adjourn.
I move.
Okay,
A
a
second.
second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, meeting adjourned at 9:06 PM. Right,
Nice.
okay.
Hey, you got the